Good morning. I'm not talking. Oh, Good morning again. Welcome to the Hot Shop Stewart Middle School students. This morning we are creating cane, which has pattern inside of it. And so we'll use this to add pattern to the glass at a different point in time. So I will let you guys know exactly what they're doing in just a second. We're going to also go over some heat transfer topics on the big screen in a moment. So currently what he's doing is dipping into our furnace there to gather more glass on the outside of the pattern that he has in the core. The glass looks like it's orange, but it's really clear. It's just very, very hot. And so whenever we dip into the furnaces there, we have to sometimes cool down the pipe because it'll start to get warm as we continue to go into those high temperatures. So that's a pipe cooler. There's also another pipe cooler over there that he may bring the hot glass over to cool the pipe down. So you can kind of see those white lines inside of the core of the glass as he rotates on the table. And then when he's ready and it's hot enough, we'll come across these ladders here and start to twist the cane all the way across the ladders and pull it out. Can we please see a diagram of the glory hole? So when we have to go back into the reheating chamber to get the glass nice and hot, you'll see that this oven is called a glory hole. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is about 2,300 degrees. So we'll quench the very end of the glass. We're going to cool it down so we can attach it to an additional rod, and then we'll start to stretch it out slowly over the ladders. The ladders are on the ground to protect the glass from any sort of shock. We don't want it to touch the cement floor, but when the glass touches the wooden ladders, it helps buffer, and it just kind of burns the ladder, but it prevents any sort of shock to the outer layers of the glass. So as we continue to watch the process, I'm going to go over you all's, it's an in-class lesson that covers heat transfer. And so we'll go over heat transfer, and then I'll ask you all some questions, and then I'll bring some materials around to learn a little bit about more heat transfer topics. So if you look closely here, you can see why they were twisting it. So can we please see the science of art in-class lesson? So our first topic of heat transfer that we will cover here in the hot shop is the conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. And then our next slide would be convection. So convection is another form of heat transfer. Next slide. So convection is the heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. So the viscosity of glass changes when it is heated or cooled. So when we started pulling that cane, it was very, very hot. As we stayed in the natural environment, it started to quickly cool, which changed the viscosity, so the surface tension. It started off kind of like honey. It ended like a candy cane due to the quick convection cooling, so the rate of how fast it cools in the natural environment. And then our next slide is radiation. So radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or material medium. So if you guys can kind of feel some of the heat that's radiating from our glory holes or our furnaces, it might be a little bit tough because I know it can be cool in here with the vents below. But radiation is any sort of heat that is moving quickly that you can feel that impacts you from a distance, like when you brought the cane over. My name is Emily, and if you guys, thank you. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, or you can shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. For my other guest here in the audience, welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. We have our Science of Art students that come in and they learn. We have art educators that go into the school system in Tacoma Public Schools, and they teach the kids a quick lesson in regards to science of art, and then they come and visit the Museum of Glass. So the process will start by getting a hollow rod nice and hot, because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So now we're going to actually get into the process of blowing the glass. There are many different ways to make glass. As you got to see, cane is not a blown glass object. It's just solid pattern that's created. So now we're going to get into the process of blowing the glass. We dipped into the furnace there. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And this is one of the furnaces, and we have another one over there. So the machines with the doors on them are where all the glass is held. And so they can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So dipping into the furnace is kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that pipe, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself. So we'll come out with a gather. The gather looks like it's orange, but really it's just very, very hot. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe there, and a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe, similar to the shape of a balloon. So we'll come over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. We are going to make a glass pitcher, so like a water pitcher. So we do turn off the glory holes, but we do not turn off the furnaces. The furnaces run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We want that glass to remain very, very molten. Yes. We'll go in with our block. Our block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood to shape the glass. It's been soaking in water. The water helps protect the material of the wood as well as the surface of the glass. So we'll go in with the papers and guide the glass as he blows into the end of the pipe. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, and they allow us to shape the glass almost like using our bare hand. And then into the optic mold we'll go to create some low and high points in the glass. It'll give the surface of the glass texture. So our diamond shears are designed to cut the glass in a 360. So when they cross, it's a diamond that they create, and then we'll go in with our jacks. And as he's rotating that pipe, pay attention to the fact that the bubble is growing because Trent is blowing into the end of the pipe. to expand the bubble as he shapes it. And now we'll go in with our jacks and we'll pinch into the glass there. Sarah would use the paddle to protect his arm from all the radiant heat that's coming off of the glass. So that jack line that we just carved in helped remove the bubble from the closer end of the pipe. It's a line of tension that we've carved in to use as a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We need a good jack line so we can remove the glass off this pipe. So now they'll paddle and shape the bottom. It's very important that we shape the bottom before we are able to open up the top. And that's because as we shape the glass, some of the air will slip away. So we have to reinforce the air as we shape. And so when we're done shaping and it's all nice and perfect how they would like for it to be, then we'll work on the top of a piece. So we'll connect that additional rod. This is known as a transfer rod to remove the glass from the initial pipe that we started on. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line that we carved in earlier, tap the pipe, and it'll remove the glass off the end of the pipe. So now that we have realigned ourselves on the pipe, we'll start to slowly clean up the top of the pitcher, which means we'll go in and tweeze and then remove any extra glass from the top. 5 minutes, okay. So Stewart Middle School students, you guys have about 5 minutes. And so with that a little bit of time you have left, if you guys would like, you can stand up, not yet, you can stand up and you can walk around so you can admire the lino pieces on the balcony. And you can also stand from the top and watch them make the glass. So go ahead and stand up and walk. Don't run, just walk across the balcony. Now we'll use some additional glass with color to create a lip wrap. That'll give a really pretty colored finish to the top of the pitcher. So she'll blow into the colored glass there on the left side of the hot shop to create a hollow handle, and that'll be put on and then stretched out into a handle of the pitcher. We'll lay the glass on, go in with our diamond shears, which will allow us to do a 360 cut in one snip. It'll remove the glass. And that is how a picture is made. We'll go in with the hot torch just to make sure when we snip the glass out, it's nice and soft. And next, Sarah will prepare to catch this piece off the pipe. And then we're going to put it into the box to cool down slowly overnight. Okay, Stewart Middle School students, it's time to rotate. Let's exit the hot shop and we'll go to our next rotation. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. The water will help release the glass from the pipe. Tap the pipe, the vibrations will set us free. We'll hot torch the bottom of it and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. So everything in the store that's been made at Ma's was made here in the hot shop by our artists. Let's give them a big round of applause. And then we're going to place it in the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Hello, Stewart Middle School students. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I will go over some of your all science of art topics such as heat transfer, and then I'll get into the process of what it is that we're making here in the Hot Shop. We just finished making a glass pitcher, so we'll probably make another glass pitcher. And so we'll go over the PowerPoint first and then the heat transfers. So once again, welcome, Stewart Middle School students. We're going to go over your heat transfer. One form of heat transfer is conduction of heat. So the conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. And then another form is convection. Next slide. So convection is the heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. So in the hot shop, the viscosity of glass changes when it's heated or cooled. And so whenever the glass is very molten hot, it's like lava. When it cools down, it's more so like, I don't know, I can't come up with another word for it at this second, so we'll come back to it. And then our third form of heat transfer is radiation. So radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or material medium. So within the process, I will talk to you guys about these different types of heat transfer, and I'll emphasize when we see it here happening. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. We'll blow into the end of the pipe there and cap the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Thank you. And so as you can see, Trenton has blew a bubble in the end of the glass that he's gathered. That glass looks like it's hot. I mean, looks like it's orange, but really it's clear. It's just very hot. So as we blow into the end of the pipe there, that bubble will grow. And the bubble is the catalyst for all things made hollow during the process. So this is how we get a bowl, or this is how we get a cup. We have to continue to blow the bubble to form the glass. So now we're going to go back into the furnace to gather some more glass. The more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow the bubble. The pitcher is going to be a pretty good size, and so we need more glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen there, you'll see that the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. And so that is why the glass looks orange, because it's radiating those very high temperatures. Thank you. So we took a wooden block to cool down the surface layers of the glass and to shape it so it has a really nice, well-rounded shape. And so that block allows us to shape the glass and cool the glass down, but not take a lot of heat from the glass while shaping it. And he'll go back into the reheating chamber. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we'll go back into the reheating chamber to get the glass nice and hot. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. So we only go into the glory hole to reheat the glass. There's no molten glass inside of the glory hole. All of the molten glass is inside of the furnace. Thank you. What'd you say? So now we'll go in and start to shape the glass. We've dipped it into the optic mold, which has created those low and high points. And so it gives texture to the surface, kind of like a Ruffles chip, how it has ridges. So it's kind of similar to that. So we'll go back into the reheating chamber to get it nice and hot. And he'll grip the glass to twist that texture that he's put on the outside from the optic mold. And so as we pinch the glass and rotate, it'll become more of a swirled pattern. Then we'll go in with those jacks and pinch into the glass again. And then towards the end of the pipe there, we'll use the jacks to create a jack line. This jack line will help us remove ourselves later from the pipe. We'll go in with those jacks and pinch into the glass to create that jack line. So now that we've shaped the bottom, we will bring over an additional transfer rod and connect the glass bit to the bottom of the glass pitcher to remove the glass from the initial blowpipe. So now we'll place that little bit of glass onto the end of or the bottom of the pitcher. And then we'll get some water and put it onto the jack line that we carved in earlier in the process. Tap the pipe and it'll remove the pitcher from the initial blowpipe. And now we'll go in and we'll start to clean up the top of the pitcher. We'll shape it by opening up the lip there, cleaning up the extra glass that may be a little bit uneven. And we'll bring over some colored glass, an additional piece of hot glass to wrap it around the lip of the pitcher. That is known as a lip wrap. And so now when it cools down, it'll have a really pretty accent color at the top of the pitcher. January 15th through the 19th here at the Museum of Glass, we will be celebrating Goblet Week. So goblet making has been a tradition across many cultures worldwide. And so here in the Hot Shop, we emphasize and we highlight that the Venetian technique of goblet making. And so we'll have various artists come in and create their style of goblets. Just to name a few, if you're familiar with any glass artists, Jen Ellick, Jason McDonald, Jason Christian will also be here in the Hot Shop to create their style of goblets. And then over the weekend, there will be an event where you can come and purchase the goblets that are made. You can find more information at museumofglass.org if you're interested in participating. You can also live stream and watch from a distance if you can't make it back. And so on the Wednesday through Sunday when we're here in the Hot Shop creating with you all, you can also watch online at museumofglass.org and hit the Hot Shop live stream tab to be able to see what's going on here in the Hot Shop. And then also this Saturday coming up this weekend is Family Day, so you're able to come in and join our education team for hands-on crafts and activities in the Grand Hall. You can take your crafts home to show off to your family and friends. And also every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we're free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's something great to do during the evening hours after work because we're typically not open that late in the evening. So be mindful that every third Thursday, all the museums in the museum district are free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. So now that we have created another picture, we'll put a little bit of water on the connection point there. Tap it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll stamp it and put it into the box to cool down overnight. It has to go into the annealing oven to cool down overnight, or else it'll crack in the natural environment. Let's give them one more big round of applause. So the glass that we take from the furnace is clear. That picture is a good example of clear glass when it cools down. And then the top has some red and the handle has some color. So I just wanted to share another way that we can add color to glass, and that's known as the color overlay process. I just wanted to highlight a little bit more about glass and color. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Okay, so my Stewart Middle School students, if it's okay with your chaperones, you guys will be able to stand up and walk around and watch the process from the balcony, and you guys can admire the pieces by Lino on the balcony. And so for those of you who weren't here for the beginning of the process starts by dipping into the furnace. That furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And that is the pipe cooler. The pipe starts to get a little warm, so he'll cool it down when it gets a little spicy to touch. And so as you can see there, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. And so dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe there to expand the bubble and shape the glass. We're making a glass pitcher, and we have to shape the glass and the bottom of it before we remove it from the blowpipe. So we always work the bottom and shape the bottom before we work the top. So we put a little bit of water on that jack line there, which helps release the glass from the initial pipe that we started. So when we put water there, it'll create shock, tap the pipe, and the vibrations help release the glass from the pipe and the additional glass it was attached to. And now we'll go back into that reheating chamber and get the glass nice and hot and start to pull the lip out to even it up. So can we please see the glory hole diagram? As you can see there, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick that it's lined with can withstand those really high temperatures. So as we go into the reheating chamber, as that lip of the pitcher, this is a water pitcher. Also, this will also be available in the store. We may or may not have some in the store, but everything that is labeled "made at Mog" is made here in the Hot Shot by the team, and it's available for you to purchase in our store or online. So we'll go in and tweeze that glass out, and then with our shears, we'll remove the extra glass from the top of the lip. No, that'll just be trash. It's not like, yeah, when it touches the ground is dirty, so it can collect that sediment off the ground. And then we'll come in with a lip wrap, which will add some color to the lip of the pitcher. It's orange because it's hot. When it cools, it'll be a different color. Yeah, I mean, exposure to heat, you become a bit desensitized maybe in some areas, but they're still perfectly protected by their partners, you know? Yeah. So now Sarah will bring over the handle. It's a hollow handle, which helps with design. It helps with the weightless, a little bit more weightless. We'll give a nice little torch, flash to the back of the glass there. We'll prepare ourselves to remove this glass from the pipe and put it away. We'll add a little water to that connection. Tap it, knock it off the pipe, and torch it with the hot torch. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo and then place it in the annealing oven where it will cool down overnight. We can't leave it in the open air because it will potentially crack. And so it'll slowly cool down. Have a great day. And that is how a picture is made. So as you can see, the process starts by dipping into the furnace there. The hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel. So we get that stainless steel rod nice and warm, dip it into the furnace to gather the glass, and then we'll blow a bubble. That bubble will be similar to the shape of a balloon. And that is what allows us to blow out the body of the water pitcher. So can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we'll go in and out of that reheating chamber during the process. As you can see up on the big screen there, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2300 degrees. So we'll go back into the furnace to gather some more glass. We'll go into the glass with the paper and just give it some shaping. That paper is folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. And please notice when they're at the bench rotating back and forth that he'll be blowing into the end of the pipe, which will expand the bubble. So the glass will start to grow, but you could miss it because of when they're moving back and forth. So pay attention to when he's blowing onto the end of the pipe and the bubble starts to expand. So we dip that glass into an optic mold, which will then provide texture to the surface. And then we twisted the lines that we molded into the surface of the glass, so to give it a really nice twisted pattern. And now we'll start to clean up the bottom, shape the bottom of the glass. So we'll use that paddle there. The paddle is wood. We'll follow along, which will help flatten the bottom of the pitcher. This is a glass pitcher we're making. And now we'll create a transfer rod, which is a bit of glass at the end of an additional rod to be placed on the bottom of the glass pitcher to remove the pitcher from the initial blowpipe. So we can turn the pitcher right side up and work on the top of the opening of the pitcher. So we'll attach that additional rod, that connection. We'll put some water on that carved in line of tension, that jack line. Tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end from the pipe. Stewart Middle School students, welcome to the hot shop. Let's stay towards the our other students. Yeah, let's kind of stay together. You guys are great. Have a seat wherever you are now. I hope you guys are having a great time here at the Museum of Glass. Welcome to the hot shop. My name's Emily, and if you all have questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. In just a moment after we finish this picture, we'll go over your Science of Art in class, or your Science of Art curriculum of heat transfer. The Museum of Glass education team services the Tacoma Public School students in reference to Science of Art, and we have the students from the 6th grade level come and visit us here at the Museum of Glass to learn about different forms of heat transfer. So we'll go in and tweeze out the extra glass on the lip there. And then remove any extra glass that's a little bit uneven from when we broke it off of the opposite of the initial blowpipe. So now we'll come over with some additional glass that has color and place on a lip wrap that will add color to the lip of the water pitcher. So when it starts to cool down, you'll see that it turns a bit darker. I think this is a blue color. It's just orange because it's super duper hot. So now we'll go in and follow the jacks with that paddle, and as he widens his grip of the jacks, it'll also help open up the top of the water pitcher. As we continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber, can we please see the glory hole diagram? As you can see, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. The fire brick is within this barrel here, and it can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. Sarah will bring over a handle for the pitcher. We'll bring over an additional piece of glass to be laid onto the body. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of the pipe there to help release the glass. We'll tap it and the vibrations will set it free from the connection. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we're going to take the pitcher over to the annealing oven. Everything that has been stamped with the Museum of Glass logo has been made here in our Hot Shop team, and you can find the items in the store. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go where it'll slowly cool down overnight. Let's give them one more big round of applause. And now I'm going to go over the different types of heat transfer for our middle school students that are here on their middle school field trip. And so the different types of heat transfer that we will see here in the Hot Shop, our first one is conduction. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. Our next type of heat transfer is convection. So next slide. So convection is the heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. So here in the Hot Shop, the viscosity of glass changes when it's heated or cooled. And so first it's molten, and then as you can see in its final stages, as it cools down, it becomes hard and functional. And then our last type of heat transfer here in the Hot Shop is radiation. And radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particle through space or material medium. And so if you can feel the glory holes or any of the heat when they bring the glass closer to cool them on the pipe coolers here, that is a form of radiating heat. Sorry. Thank you. So we're going to make another glass pitcher, and as you can see, we've gathered more glass from the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is where all the molten glass is held until we start to work it in the process, and so it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so we never turn the furnace off. We want that glass to always be nice and hot so we can create. And then it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. All of the glass within the furnace is clear, and as you can see, when it cools down, it'll turn colors if it does have color, or it'll just remain clear, similar to how when we placed the hot orange glass that was really blue onto the pitcher, it cooled down to be a really pretty blue. So because all the glass in the furnace is clear, we have to add color to glass. So there are different ways that we can add color to glass, and there's one way that I can show you. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We'll go in to shape the glass with papers. Papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which help shape the glass with our bare hand. Or, well, it's almost like shaping the glass with our bare hands. And then we'll dip into the optic mold, and then we will freeze the shape of the optic mold onto the layers, which will create ridges in the glass that we will then turn into a spiral pattern. Now we'll go in with our jacks and we'll carve into the end of the glass there at the end of the pipe. And so what this does is this jack line will help remove the bubble from the end of the pipe. It also is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We want to have a really nice carved in jack line. We want a good solid line of tension when we need to take the glass and remove it from this initial blowpipe. And so we always create a jack line when we need to remove the glass from the pipe. So we'll go in and paddle the bottom of the pitcher to flatten the bottom so it can stand upright. We have to shape the bottom before we shape the top. We'll remove the glass from the end of the pipe, and now we'll work on the opposite side. Oh, Stewart Middle School students, you guys have about 5 more minutes, and so with that 5 minutes, if it's okay with your chaperones, you guys can look at your chaperones. Don't follow my voice, okay? You'll be able to stand up and walk around the balcony here, and you can watch the process from the top of the hot shop. Yeah, okay, go ahead. So now we'll bring over an additional bit of glass. It's known as a lip wrap. So we'll wrap the top portion of the pitcher with colored glass. It's a really pretty blue when it cools down. I like that you can see when it cools down during the process, so you kind of have an idea of the final design. Stewart Middle School students, let's keep our voices indoors. Thank you. Alrighty, friends, it is now time for you guys to exit the hot shop. I hope you had a wonderful tour. Have a great afternoon. Happy Wednesday. I'll give it a nice flash at the end of the pipe there at the connection point. We want this part of the glass to be very hot, so when we quench it with the water, the thermal shock will set in and it'll help pop it off the pipe. This picture will eventually end up in the store. So these are for the store. We've been making pictures all morning. This is probably like maybe the fourth or fifth one. Tap the pipe, torch it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo and then place it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So now with the bit of glass that we've gathered, we'll cool the pipe down before we place it on to the end of the pitcher, to the bottom of the pitcher, and then we're going to transfer the glass pitcher from the initial blowpipe to an additional rod. We'll connect that rod to the bottom of the glass pitcher. Put a little bit of water on the jack line that has been carved in. It's really important that we let that additional bit of glass, we connect it, cool down. And then we'll put some water on that jack line we carved in earlier, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help remove the glass pitcher from the initial blowpipe. And now we'll bring over an additional bit of glass to wrap around the lip of the pitcher. This is known as a lip wrap, and it'll be a really pretty blue color when it cools down. After we're finished with this glass pitcher, we will take a break for about 1 hour and go to lunch, and then we'll come back on the time that the screens read in the Grand Hall. If there's ever a time that you're interested in watching the glass process, you can always log online and click on our Hot Shop tab and watch the stream of the Hot Shop. And that's Wednesday through Sundays when we're open from 10 to 5. And so if you ever can't make it back in person and you're curious to know what we're making, be sure to log online to www.museumofglass.org to watch the process on our live stream. We have some really fun events coming up. January 15th through the 19th, we're going to be focusing on Goblet Week. And so various artists will come and demonstrate their style of the Venetian technique of goblet making. And so that is a really fun and exciting look at how they will all approach designing their own goblets. And so we've added the handle to the pitcher. And then this weekend here at Museum of Glass, it's Family Day. So come on out and join our education team as they create different crafts in the Grand Hall. And then you can take your crafts home and show them off to your family and friends. And if you're interested in learning more about our Goblet Week event that will follow it that weekend, be sure to look online, and there is a vast amount of information regarding the artist as well as the tickets and the other offerings. We'll have a really cool raffle for a wine bottle as well as 2 goblets that will accompany it as well. We gave it a nice flash at the bottom of the pitcher there because next, when we're ready to remove ourselves from the pipe, we want to make sure that when we put the water on that bit of glass, it sets in with a nice shock to help remove the glass from the pipe. And then we'll tap the pipe. It'll help remove the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll hot torch it, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then we'll take it over to the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We are now gonna go to lunch, and we will see you guys in about 1 hour. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop. See you soon.
So just to quickly introduce what we have going on. So welcome into the Hot Shop first off. Today we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here full time at the museum. They'll make things for the store and they'll work on commission projects. They'll help visiting artists that come through. And yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly we are working on today. And they are only just getting started. So I do want to mention, what was I going to mention? I think I'll just give a little overview of the hot shop first off. So this large tank that Trent is spraying some water into, this is actually our glass furnace. It's where we get all of our fresh molten materials. This sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit and it stays running 24/7. We never shut it off or turn it down really. And this is where we start all of our projects. So all we need to do is heat up a pipe, stick it inside of that molten material, and then turn the pipe. It's just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, maybe. Oh, and I will point out, we start our projects on the side benches usually, and then we move over to the center bench where we fully blow the piece out and turn it into its final form. So we are starting it over on the left at the moment, but we will eventually move to the right. So it turns out we are making some pitchers for the store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are mostly made out of clear glass. So yes, this glass right here is completely clear. It's just glowing orange from how hot it is. It's producing light as well as heat. And eventually when we blow this out, this is going to have a special kind of texture and pattern across the surface of the glass. And I'll make sure to point this out when it happens, but we'll use a mold to get ridges across the surface of the glass. Also, before I continue on too far, I just want to make sure everyone has noticed the closed captioning on the screen. Sometimes it gets a little bit loud in the hot shop, and I know that my voice echoes throughout the entire room, so this ends up helping out a lot. So after shaping the bubble into a little bit of a longer tapered shape, this was heated up and then stuffed into a mold on the floor. And once again, inside of this mold, we just have all these ridges going from the top to the bottom. So now these ridges have been applied to the glass, which you can see here. And this is called an optic mold, by the way. We have a variety of these and they give slightly different textures across the surface of the glass. So now we'll continue to blow this out as we would any other normal pitcher, except it's going to have this texture across the surface. And after heating this up lightly, we're hanging it down towards the floor, sometimes even swinging this glass. And this is just stretching it out. We're using gravity as a tool. We're using centrifugal force as a tool to kind of spin and pull the glass outward. Oh, and I want to point out this really important line we've created in the glass. Just near the pipe, we've squeezed a divot in, and this is where we'll break the piece off of the pipe later on. We always create this line before we even finish the shape off. And right now we're using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom of the piece. Of course, just giving it a place to rest on a flat surface such as a table. And now we'll pretty much just let this shape sit. We're not going to alter it very much for a little bit. We'll keep it just barely warm enough by going in and out of the furnace every once in a while. And we'll start using these very loud torches, which is why the closed captioning is important. But these torches, they run around the same temperature as our reheating chambers, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches are used to apply heat to just a specific area. So this area where the piece is connected to the pipe, it tends to be a little bit cold. And soon we'll bring over another pipe, attach it to the center of the bottom of our piece, and then we'll completely break the piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we've just brought the punty over. Punty is this second pipe with a little bit of clear on the end. Once this is attached securely, they will apply a little bit of water to that divot that I mentioned earlier. And this is going to crack that connection point enough to pop the piece off. So yeah, we literally break our pieces off of our pipes. And we do have a couple of important details coming into play for this picture. Apparently we're going to be creating a rim of color around the opening of the piece, and then we're also going to be creating a handle of that same color. So we will have a little pop of color within this piece, but overall just remaining clear. So we're creating that colored bit of glass over on the left bench now. And the way that we're coloring our glass today is through something called frit, which are these shards of color. I wish I had a good example for you guys. Sometimes they have some laid out in the front. But it's basically like a colored sand. And we're going to roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up over and over again, creating a nice rich layer of color. So the center bench, we've heated up the opening of the piece just enough to work on it. And Ben has gone in with some tweezers, pulled out the opening of the piece, and he'll trim off all this excess glass that the tweezers touched. And leaving the opening of the piece relatively small, they then bring over our bit of color. And this is attached just to the rim of the piece. And as they continue to turn the piece, that color follows and kind of touches down all the way around. So now we have that rim of color around the entire opening of our piece. And once again, we'll use the same color for the handle too, just to kind of tie the entire piece together. Also, we have a special week at the museum coming up. Just double checking when exactly it's happening, but January 15 to 19, so literally just starting a week from today, we'll have an entire week called Goblet Week where a different artist comes in each day and they work on their own variety of goblets for that entire day. So it'll be a really special event. They even have a wine tasting and goblet sale during the end of the week where people have a chance, of course, to buy the goblets that were made by those artists. And that'll be on the 18th, the sale. And speaking of which, tomorrow there will be a little bit of goblet making, goblet prep being done by one of the artists, Jason Christian. He's going to be in on a day that they're going to be selling the goblets, and the goblets, they have to cool down for an entire day before people can handle them or do anything with them. So he's getting some done beforehand. So to completely finish this piece off, we're torching the bottom and stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is what we try to do for all of our store items. And yeah, for those who have just joined in, just to point out, this is a picture that we've made for the Museum of Glass store. We're going to continue to make these throughout the rest of the day just to make sure we have a good supply of them. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So I was just mentioning something to some people, so I want to point it out to everyone, just in case anyone doesn't know. But we do live stream every day that we're in here in the hot shop, and so I was just talking about this piece in the front. This is technically an incomplete piece. Half of the piece fell and broke, which was really insane, but it was caught on the live stream, so I was pointing out. You can always just go back to any previous day and watch these things be made. And this was the only break that entire day, by the way. The people who made these pieces, they're very professional. But yeah, you can go back years and years, for example. You can pull up any old live stream of any artist you like. They're all labeled. I'm not sure what's going on with the music. Yeah, so I'll mention a couple things I didn't mention in the last process. We're using this wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. We're smoothing, evening the surface of the glass out. And this is mostly just to make sure the bubble inside blows out evenly. It's kind of evenly distributing the heat and evenly distributing the glass. And yeah, we measure our pieces by gathers, quote unquote. So a one gather piece is usually only enough to make an ornament or a small cup or something like that. And this is, I think, a two gather piece right here. I think it's two. And it's enough to make a pitcher or maybe a small vase. And this team works on insanely large pieces. They once, I think the biggest piece I've ever seen them make in here was an 80-pound bell jar. 80 pounds of glass on the end of the pipe is a lot. It doesn't even feel like 80 pounds. It feels like more than that because of the leverage the glass has against you. And I remember it snapped the head off of one of the pipes that they were working with. It was that strong. And they were bigger pipes than this, of course. So for those who just joined in, I just wanted to share that we're working on making some pitchers at this moment, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, and these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. We're just making as many as we can so we have a little bit of a variety for people to choose from. And we are just about to start working on the top half of the pitcher. We've already created the lower half of our shape, and to get access to the top, we have to attach another pipe and then break it off from its original pipe. So this is what we've just done. And this also reveals an opening from where we've broken it off of its blowpipe, of course. So we're not going to be doing any more blowing, but we will open this up and add a little pop of color, a little rim of color around the opening, and then also in the handle. And you know what? Everyone's kind of in the front, so just for fun, I think I'm going to go grab like a small mold that's similar to this and maybe show you guys the inside of it. So we've just heated up the opening of the piece and we trimmed off some excess glass before coming over with a little bit of color, and we're wrapping this just around the opening of the piece. Once again, this is called a lip wrap. We're just getting a little rim of color around the entire opening. And for those who just joined in, this piece is going to end up being a pitcher, once again, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, going into the Museum of Glass store. And the people you're seeing on the floor, these guys are working for the museum full-time right now. And they will frequently make store items like they are today, but even more commonly, they'll help visiting artists that come through in making their own artwork as well. Yeah, if anyone's curious about the cone, I've got a little bit of information about that as well. But this cone is based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway, the Theophos waterway. They were used for burning leftover wood scraps, of course. So this cone was based off of that design. They look very similar. One of the biggest differences is this cone is tilted on its side just to give us a little bit more floor space. But it's just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for before we made the museum. Yeah, so the way that we're coloring the glass today, and I know that we haven't been able to quite see that, but could we actually have a view of the left bench? Maybe we'll get a little glimpse of it. Yeah, could we have a view of the left bench, please? That's not the left bench. Almost there. Okay, so we do have a view of the left bench. I wanted to show off the frit that's sitting on the Marver, which, perfect. There we go. So this is what I'm trying to show you all. This is how we're getting our color in the hot shop today. Inside of this bowl, we have something called frit, which are little shards of colored glass, kind of like sand. And what we do to use this is we'll just gather a little bit of clear on the end of our pipe. We'll roll it inside of this frit. Usually we'll build layer upon layer of the color just to make sure it's a little richer. And that is pretty much it. You can see, if you look up close, that it's kind of a speckled layer of color. Meanwhile, another way of coloring, like this piece in the front where we have this really smooth, even layer of color, this is through a completely different technique using solid bars of colored glass. And we just brought over a bubble of colored glass. So yes, this is a blown bubble of glass we're attaching to the side as our handle. This makes the piece a little bit lighter and better balanced overall instead of just having solid heavy glass on the side. And this second connection we've made up on the upper half of our pitcher is a little bit cold, so we torch it with this super hot focused flame. Just make sure everything's connected. And then our last step, once they're happy with the handle, is just creating the spout on the opposite side of the handle, and then our pitcher is done. Yeah, this process moves really quickly. Pitchers at the Museum of Glass store, they sell really fast, and so they end up making a lot of them for the store. So next we've heated up just a small section of the lip. And then we just push it outward with a tool, and this creates our spout. And to get ready to break this piece off, you'll see them torch this area where the glass is physically on or connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. Then we know it's safe to apply a little bit of water, crack that connection, and break it off. So we're applying that water now. We'll tap this off onto a wooden paddle and then torch the bottom so that we can stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we are completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. So this has gone inside of the annealer, which I know I didn't point out the last time they made a picture. This large black box sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and overnight it will very slowly cool for about 12 hours, so we won't see the piece again until tomorrow. And it's just programmed. We just press a button and it slowly ticks down. It's very controlled. If we were to leave that piece of glass out, it would start to crack and break apart in a matter of seconds to minutes. So we have to be really careful. So I just want to point out something interesting that we have in the front on the floor here. This is something that was done earlier today, and we didn't have a chance to see it in person, so I wanted to show off a video kind of explaining how they create this. But the stuff that we have on the floor here, this is called cane. They're basically just these sticks of colored glass. I have some examples in the front. Cane can come in so many different colors and I would say shapes and sizes, but usually it's all about pencil length, pencil width. But this video up on the screen will show you how this cane is made. So it doesn't show the very beginning, but we'll usually start with solid colored glass on the end of our pipe. And we'll wrap some clear around this, both to protect that color and to build up a little bit of mass. And then we will stretch this glass between two pipes after forming a cylinder out of it. And the reason we lay it out across these wooden ladders is just to insulate it a little bit better. We don't want that hot glass to be touching the cold concrete floor that we have in here. That could cause it to crack pretty quickly. And after it is stretched out, we'll break it off of the pipes and eventually cut it up into those kind of pencil length, pencil width pieces. And we'll lay these out and roll them up either on the end of a bubble or directly onto the end of a pipe with just a little bit of clear glass as an attachment or a collar. And this creates stripes in our piece of glass. And there are so many different things we can do with the cane once we have it on our bubble. For this piece, I can't even describe this texture. It almost looks like a zigzag of some sort. But we can leave them stick straight. We can twist them in a spiral, kind of like candy cane. There's so many different things to do with it. And the one that we have on the floor here is a twisted cane of some sort. It just has some white strands of color on the inside, and that's pretty much it. So importantly, we've heated up this bubble, we've blown it out a little bit, and then we've shaped it into this long tapered shape. And this is kind of contouring to the shape of the inside of the mold, which is to the left of Ben's feet right at this moment on the floor. So he'll heat this bubble up again and he'll stuff it inside of the mold. This is an optic mold which will give us ridges all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble, or from one end to the other. So just like that, we now have our ridges across the surface of the piece. And for those who were here for the last piece, this is exactly how we got that pattern on the clear glass portion of the pitcher. And this is where our scrap on the ground is coming from. So you can see we've blown this bubble out. We've pulled the end of the bubble out a little bit as we've done this. And this is pretty much all the scrap that is created from this piece. That and then a little bit of trimming later on. And right now you can tell that a piece of glass is still hot, but even if a piece of glass looks cold and it's just completely normal color, it could still be up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know. Yeah, glass becomes completely solid just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so you never touch anything that is kind of unknown in the hot shop. So I see some new faces have joined in here and there, so I just want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on. So at the center bench, we are finishing off another one of our pictures. These are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store, and the people who are making these right now, they work for the museum full-time. They will usually make store items like they are today. They'll also help visiting artists that come through, like tomorrow we'll have a visiting artist apparently, and his name is Jason Christian. He'll be doing a little bit of prep work for Goblet Week, which is January 15 to 19. And that's really exciting because it'll be an entire week of goblet making. There'll be a different artisan every day. And we just finished off the opening of this pitcher. We have the handle that we're creating over on that left bench. Eventually we'll bring it over, attach it to the side. This is the same color as the rim of color that we just added to the piece itself. But yeah, these are cobalt blue pieces of glass. It's really hard to tell when we're working with the glass what color it's going to be. This is just because the glass is so hot, it's radiating light as well as heat, just like lava. But when it cools down, you'll see the cobalt blue a lot better. Also, this handle that we're attaching is actually a blown bubble, so this is a hollow piece of glass. And it makes the piece a little bit lighter overall and just a little bit better balanced instead of just having solid, heavy glass on one side of the piece. So we've just attached this to the lower half of the pitcher first. We'll twist this and attach it to the upper half. This second connection is a little cold, so they'll apply some extra heat. And they will touch up the handle a little bit more, but overall, the shape is pretty much there. We have to create the spout on the opposite side of the handle. And then to completely finish the piece off, we stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo just before we put it away. And yeah, we're just continuing to make these for the rest of the day today, I believe, just to get as many as we can into the store. So just after creating that handle, we're going in with a small handheld torch, heating up a small section of the lip, and we'll simply push that lip outward with a tool. I'm sure you can already tell that this torch is hot, but just to kind of accentuate that, this thing can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is the hottest item that we have in the hot shop. Everything else, these furnaces, they all get up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't even usually turn them up that high. So to break this piece off, we're applying just a little bit of water at the very end of the pipe, and then we tap the pipe and the piece pops right off. And once again, we're just stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then this piece is done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Always cheer them on. Thank you, everyone. And this has gone inside of the annealer, so if you haven't seen these boxes yet, they sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll continue to fill it up basically as much as we can throughout the day, and then we press a button to slowly cool everything. It's got a program, and it goes for about 12 hours. And the thicker the glass, the longer we take to cool it down. But this one, these pieces are relatively normal size, so just about 12 hours. And if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to get my attention and let me know. Yeah, we're just going to continue to make these pitchers. Yeah, so a lot of our tools in the hot shop, including these tables, including the shields, they're all made out of steel, stainless steel, surprisingly. And yeah, I mean, there is a decent amount of heat on the back of this. It's just not enough to burn the paper, but you definitely don't want to like, oh, actually, no, I could keep my hand there. It's just toasty. And there's also a temperature gauge here, which people always ask if that's the temperature of the furnaces, which definitely not. This just shows the temperature of the hot shop floor, which is about 80 Fahrenheit right now. Nice and toasty. Yeah, so we actually spray water inside of the glass furnace every once in a while, which might seem kind of odd, but this is to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass and just basically prevent us from getting those air bubbles in our piece or our next gather. So yeah, we're getting a brand new layer of clear over top of our first layer. Once again, our glass furnace right here, this sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And there can be up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass sitting inside of a ceramic crucible in there. And the best way I describe this glass is kind of like a jar of honey. It's a very similar texture, it moves in a similar way, and it sticks to the end of the pipe, kind of like honey sticks to a wooden dowel that you turn inside of it. Yeah, this is just a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe into. Whenever we go inside of the glass furnace, we have to stick the pipe pretty deeply in there, and this can obviously apply a lot of heat to the pipe. So we're starting our next pitcher. It's again a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. We're starting with the body. We already have all of the glass that we need for this piece overall. We're going to heat it up, do a little bit of shaping to make sure it fits properly inside of a mold, and then we'll be blowing this glass inside of a mold to get these ridges on the surface. Just a little bit of visual and physical texture for the piece. And this mold is on the floor here. It's called an optic mold. It just has all of these ridges, once again going from the top to the bottom on the inside. And now that we have this texture, we will start to blow it out. So this one is interesting. I haven't seen them do this too much, but we're using a wooden paddle on the side of the piece. And this is just applying a relatively even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time, and it'll create a little bit straighter walls for this pitcher. We're going for a pretty specific shape for each of these pitchers. They have a really nice kind of organic shape, but they're a little bit rounded on the bottom. And then the opening is actually a little bit smaller than the base of the piece. And next we flatten the bottom of the piece, still using that same wooden paddle. And kind of behind the scenes, we will usually cap the pipe, which is blocking air from escaping the piece when we apply pressure to it in any sort of way. And it can cause the glass to kind of collapse on itself. So now we finished the lower half of the pitcher. We're going to keep this pretty warm overall. We want the piece to stay at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds super hot, but at this temperature the glass is solid. So we're going to keep it just warm enough for it to be happy and not break. In the meantime, we will prepare another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment point. And we'll attach this to the center of the bottom of our piece. This will allow us to break the piece off of the pipe that it's on now. So we've just finished preparing the punty, which is the second pipe that we've brought over and attached to the bottom. And once this connection is secure, we'll go in with a little bit of water, apply it to this divot in the original connection to the pipe, and then tap the pipe to pop the piece off. So now we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. This is when we can start opening the piece up and flaring it out a little bit. And over on the left, I want to point out we are preparing a little bit of colored glass. This will be used for the opening of the piece. We're creating a rim of color, basically just a, wow, why can't I think of the name? Wow, a lip wrap, there we go. That's the technique name, a lip wrap. So this is when we, of course, as the name sounds, wrap a little bit of color just around the lip or the opening of the piece. And so far we've been using blue, but I have noticed that we have a dish of red out now. And the way that we're applying color to our piece today is through something called frit, which I think I showed some of you guys earlier, but are these shards of colored glass. And we'll take the clear glass, we'll roll it in those shards, usually multiple times just to get a nice layer of that color. And then we will use it in different ways. This time we're working with solid glass. And back to the center bench, we have heated up the opening of this piece enough to start working with it. We've heated it up, used a pair of tweezers to pull the opening outward, and we trimmed some of that excess glass off with a pair of shears. And we're leaving the opening pretty small, kind of like it is right now. And then eventually we'll bring that color over and wrap around the opening. So we've just brought that bit of color over. You can see we very lightly touch it down on the opening of the piece, and then as we turn the piece, this color continues to follow all the way around the opening. It's very satisfying, and then we just cut that rest of the glass off. And from here, this is when we fully open the piece up to basically just its true size. And up on the screen, we could see Sarah preparing the handle for this pitcher. So next we've just brought over a colored bubble of glass. Once again, this is just turning into our handle for the pitcher. And yes, once again, this piece of glass we've just attached is hollow. Makes the piece a little bit lighter and better balanced overall by having this hollow handle instead of a solid piece of glass on the side of our piece. And then to finish off this pitcher overall, we're heating up a small section of the lip opposite of the handle. And of course, this is where we create the spout by simply pushing that lip outward. And just like that, our pitcher is pretty much done. To completely finish this off, when we break the piece off, we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo on the bottom. This is something we try to do for all of our store pieces, the ones that are made here in the hot shop anyways. And then this piece will be done. And just like earlier, when we break the piece off, we just apply a little bit of water to that connection. Then tap the pipe. And after stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo, we'll pick it up and carry it to the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall, where it will slowly cool for about 12 hours overnight, along with all the other pictures we've created today. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. I can see you guys have your hands full, but I get it. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome into the hot shop. Were you guys in here earlier? Just want to double check. No? Okay. So I'll give you the full introduction. Today we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team down here. These guys work for the museum full time at this moment. And we are making some items for the Museum of Glass store, specifically some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. These are mostly clear glass that have been stuffed inside of a mold to get these sort of ridges across the surface of the piece. And the only pops of color we'll see is a rim of color around the opening of the piece, and then the handle will be the same pop of color as the rim. And we're just finishing off kind of the overall shape of the body. We're blowing it out. We'll form the bottom of the pitcher first, attach a pipe, break the piece off from this pipe, and then we'll start working on the upper half of the piece. So we're getting there. So next we've just brought over another pipe, attached this to the center of the bottom of our piece. And then to break the piece off from its original pipe, we quite literally break that connection by applying a little bit of water, which cracks the glass, and then tapping the pipe. Also, just to orient you with the hot shop a bit, just in case you haven't been in one before, our glass furnace is the tank with the closed door, so that's where we're getting all of our fresh molten material, which I'm sure you guys noticed earlier. And then these open face furnaces, these are used just for reheating and nothing else. So each time we go inside of those, we're just trying to make the glass malleable again. And then this fluffy torch, this fluffy flame, it runs around the same temperature as basically everything, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch will be used to heat up just a section of glass at a time, so we can focus heat to certain areas. Yeah, I'm not sure what this drawing was for. Maybe it was something that they were making last week or something. I mean, maybe it's a Valentine's Day piece because this looks like a little heart in the base of the bowl. But yeah, I know they've got to be brainstorming some Valentine's Day pieces because it's just around the corner. And this is something that was made either Monday or Tuesday on the front table over there. I know, it's huge, right? It's supposed to be a glass yo-yo, so it is supposed to have another disc on the opposite side, just like this half here, but it broke while they were making it. They made like 5 or 6 successful ones, and that was the only one that broke, so it was a pretty successful time overall. It's not very frequent because the people who work on this floor are really professional. They usually have about 20 to 30 years of experience, I'd say, if not even more. But yeah, the people who are working on the floor now, they all have that range as well, 20 to 30 years, maybe a little over 30 for some of them. Also, at this point, we've created a lip wrap, which I'm not sure if I mentioned to you guys earlier, but these are the only pops of color we'll be seeing is the rim of the piece and then the handle of the piece, which will be the same color. I think this is a transparent red, like our last piece. And we're preparing the handle already over on the left bench. It's just a bubble of that same colored glass, and having a hollow handle makes the piece a little bit lighter and better balanced overall instead of just having solid glass on the side of the piece. And yeah, these pictures do move really quick. I'm sure you can already tell, but I think I've seen them go by as fast as 15 to 20 minutes, and then they're usually about 30 minutes max each. So next we bring over that bubble of color. And this is attached to the lower half of the picture first before the glass is stretched out and then cut off. And this is twisted and attached to the upper half of our pitcher, of course, creating that handle. There are some small adjustments that they usually have to do right here. This second connection is pretty cold, so they torch it, apply some extra heat. And then our final step after the handle is creating the spout, which is as simple as heating up a section of the lip and then pushing it outward with a tool. And after finishing that piece, this goes inside of the annealer, which is this large black box. It sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We've been loading it up throughout the day today. We'll probably make one more piece, we'll see. And when we're completely done, we just press a button and it's programmed to slowly cool for about 12 hours. And that's a really important step in the cycle or in the process. Otherwise, our pieces will just start to break apart from thermal shock, cooling too quickly. And yeah, that was the process of making a picture. Let me know if you guys have any questions or... Yeah, 900, just about 900. It's 890 to be specific, I think.